Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Today we're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I've played the Stanley Parable a few times to say the least. It's an old favorite, but I haven't played it in a while. So hopefully I don't remember everything. I am actually quite excited to get into this. Yeah, let's go English. Yes. Till the computer is barely visible. Like, right there. Confirm. Please enter the current time. Oh, man. Alright. Okay. Hopefully it didn't save my previous adventure. It didn't! Thank God. I'm on a new computer now, so...
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Jeez.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Oh no.
Something he would never quite forget.
Oh no.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Dang. Nobody's here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Find it fascinating that some of the computers are on.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What do people want? Things. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things? Graphs. Graphs about things plus money. That's the new product. Oh, wow. Monetize free to play? Oh, no. Future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Sorry, I never really stopped to look, you know? There's so many things and knickknacks and stuff. So much stuff. Lots of stuff.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Might as well follow the story. Might as well. It's our first run. Oh my goodness. What's that mean? The beige pages instead of the yellow pages.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I find that fascinating in particular because that's the first step of Stanley listening to the narrator in a meta sense. Like,
descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
It's just a bit odd. Like this isn't supposed to happen in the story because like Stanley shouldn't have known what the numbers were.
When for years it had never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
It shows Stanley is actively
through the large
listening.
Door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them,
right there,
eternally monitored in this place where
that's mine.
Meant nothing.
427. Hey, Frosty, how's it going? Meta game? Yes, that is the game. I'm excited to play. I have not played in a long time.
Mind control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh no, Stanley's having internal conflict.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh my. That's 5. I want 3. Up there is 4. How do I get up there? Will we ever know? Dang. Yeah, sleeping in is good though. I'm actually feeling quite tired. I don't know what's going on. I didn't think I was. But
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
oh shit.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Hooray, I beat the game.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And that's it. That's the whole game. All done. Forever all done. Oh my god. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
Very insightful and witty commentary.
And its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think?
I think it's pretty fun. This is a fun place to be.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Not really. No? No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue.
Yeah.
But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Perhaps.
Maybe this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
I don't know.
Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Oh boy. All right. I have to go back in. I have to go select the other one.
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Whew. All right.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful...
Yes, very insightful and witty.
...nature of video game
You've
and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you
all
can
right,
maintain.
guys.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
All right. Have fun lurking, samurai. All right. Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Screw you, narrator.
Into a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it.
Nah.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? And in the middle of something, do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Is this happy?
There's all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley... No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
All right, we'll go back to the room. We'll go back. We'll go back. It's fine. I'm just fucking with them. Wow.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
It is peaceful, but you know.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
Woo! That's quite the fall. Up and down the stairs, up and down the stairs, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Nah. Just drive him a little bit mad. It's fine. It's fine. Instead of the narrator toying with me, I'm gonna toy with the narrator. Whoop!
No!
I'm good.
Oh, thank God. You lived.
Yeah, I'm
I
fine.
worried there for a moment.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Now, can we please... No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Whoop.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Sure.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Eh. It's boring here. I want more game. Ooh. That's fun, though. I want to be selfish.
No, perhaps not.
Selfish Stanley. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna go up these stairs again.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
Yeah, it's
You'll throw yourself
garbage.
from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Oh,
Am I
yes.
reading the situation correctly?
Yup.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
Yeah, I'm getting a kick out of it.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Oh, he gets so sad. You led me to this place.
Is it over?
Aww.
It's going to restart, isn't it?
Oh,
I'm going back.
so sad. What a sad guy. He's so sad.
All of his co-workers were gone.
And he's back to normal. Everything's fine.
Stanley
We're all
decided to go to the
chilling.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Woo!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
All right, here we go.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Oh, yes.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game on consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I suppose I will.
Oh, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator.
Nothing special yet.
But I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Whoa.
Is it broken? What's going on?
Yeah,
Should we be moving somewhere or...
Hey. Okay.
On to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's get to it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Just a little bit.
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
He wants that content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
So it's a circle in which I can jump. Maybe I'll pass.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Surely that's not all the new content.
That's it.
There has to be something else, right?
That's it. That's all they added to the game.
Another elevator.
Yeah.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
I can't even jump outside the circle.
Content, and I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
Yeah.
I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more.
Oh, there is.
Very good. Yes.
Let's
I
take a
knew
look.
there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Yeah. Is that the time? No, it's not. Yes, it is? No, it's not. Why would it ask me for the time and then not put the time of the clocks? Is that odd?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter.
What's
and hold
Twitter?
them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
You know, that's
What
fair.
do you say, friend?
That's fair. We can do that. Oh. Oh.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Why?
I want to show you something.
Is it cool? Well, what's this way? Hold on. Wait. Oh, I see. Wait. Wait.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for
I mean,
you?
I do, but I gotta...
Dork anyway, so who cares?
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Yeah. Jerk. Man, don't call me a dork. Do you know what that means? That means whale penis.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got
Yeah.
me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Huh.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
You made this whole place? Eh. Give me a sec. It's an elephant.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Wow. Fucking award that The Last of Us got. Just... what fucking masking tape on it says Stanley Parable? That's ridiculous. Wow. Funniest thing is I highly doubt that any of this is real. Like I doubt that it got a box, you know? And like, God, 2013 was forever. That was over 10 years ago. Ugh. Ugh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, my brain. Oh. Oh, I don't like that that was 10 years ago. Man, I want to play that. It's silly. 8. Is that a piano? Oh my god. Who's playing that? If this is copyrighted.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour? Buttons. More buttons.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Oh, wow. Got an interview tomorrow? Never guess where? I have no idea. Also, give me a sec. Oh. Oh boy. The Serious Room. 2013.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give
10 years ago!
have it all over again.
10? That's Portal. Ugh.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Oh.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Oof.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Damn. Ooh, it's making me cold. Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
Damn.
Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Aww.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
A skip button?
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
Surely.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Yeah. We'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
Wow.
Elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, going there forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet.
Alright, he's looping.
Until 240.
There we go. Hello!
Oh, you're back, you see?
Yes.
You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Excellent.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
Well, I'm sorry I missed
Of course,
it.
you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the century of time a monument to every person you've ever been?
Sorry.
Making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made in fact make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once.
I think it is
That
both
you're
of these
making
things at
choices
once.
and not making choices, and that they are both
Thank you for
affecting
the
you
posture check.
and not affecting
Posture's
you at the
all
same
set.
time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort
I
of
mean,
tone?
always,
It has
but
a
it's just...
mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will.
Ambitiously.
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto.
Yeah.
Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day.
All day?
I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently.
Oh,
I'm going to
no
say-
pressing the button for 5
Until I become
minutes?
sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not
Can I
sick of
sacrifice my viewership for
It
the
is
gag?
an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me
No.
from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Here specifically, see you not push buttons.
Manifesto.
Everyone say treatise or manifesto in chat.
Treatise, manifesto.
Like,
Treatise, manifesto.
which one do you prefer?
Manifesto.
Treatise or manifesto?
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise?
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise,
Yeah, I'm a manifesto person.
treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Louis, look what you've doomed us to!
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
Is this my first time playing? It's not.
Manifesto.
But I want to pay attention and I want to play along.
Manifesto.
I think it's fun.
Manifesto.
I haven't played this in a really long time, so I don't remember a lot.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. This is driving me insane.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Anyone want to do some like
Manifesto. Treatise.
some beatboxing or freestyle rap?
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
We're at 3 minutes.
Treatise. Manifesto.
You could have at least let me press the button one more time.
Manifesto. Treatise.
We should do basketball.
Treatise.
Basketball.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
We haven't done basketball in ages.
Manifesto.
Everyone get on that right now.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Everyone else join in. Join.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
All right, Louis versus Mentro.
Treatise.
We'll see it.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise.
I want to press this button so bad.
Treatise.
You've condemned us.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Woof.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
Whoa.
Treatise. Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto.
It's been 5 minutes.
Manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit,
I
didn't you?
did.
But that's the power of the button.
Oh
The
my
minute I
God.
start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Ooh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can.
You made me sit there for 5
I should
minutes.
become better educated on exactly how Steam
Louis.
works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new
No
technology,
button,
surely whoever it
please.
is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new
Come on,
feature to make
guys.
it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature...
Well, now I have to wait for this one.
Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
No, that's crap. Hello? Did he break? I think he broke. He didn't even give a subtitle for that last one. Yeah, he fucking died. He's gone. Okay, watch the plant. Watch the clock. Ava, I'm sorry, but I must press the button. I can't wait here for 5 minutes. No narrator, nothing to bounce off of. Come on, guys! Oh, so close.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley.
Hello.
I should say that
You
the
broke.
amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Yeah.
That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's...
Woo,
well,
Louis,
there's
good job.
So much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
I don't... Oh, the door is gone.
Go. Wasn't there a door that led into this
There
room?
was, but now there's
I
not.
feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that.
Yeah.
Is there a window anywhere? A porthole?
No,
A
there's...
sufficiently large crack in the wall?
There's an
I'm
HVAC
taking
over
it.
here.
All
If
I
we
want
could
is
take down the
for everyone
HVAC.
to please step away from the skip button.
No problem.
Go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door
Yeah,
there
if...
before, wasn't there?
If we peel down this HVAC, we should be able to get through.
Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
I'll try.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking
Giving
you
it
to
a
work
shot.
with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need
let's
to
just
not
sit here.
do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip
I
button.
won't press the
Wait
skip
here.
button.
Wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'm not gonna press the skip button. Ooh, 14 seconds. Ooh. Oof. Louis, you get 100 points. Good job. Do you think he's gonna come back? King of Angles. Hold on, guys. Wait, hold on. Let's see here. It's just while we wait, you know. He'll be back soon, for sure, right? Banning me to wait for him to come back. All right. Okay, all right.
Stanley, please don't push the button again.
It's been 12 hours?
You've just been frozen there.
That's not my
I don't know
fault.
why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely
It's
gone.
completely... What's out of the
From
room?
every angle, I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have
Well,
no
if there's
idea
no
how
other
I'm going to
way...
sit here, and more than anything... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
It's been a week?
Or 2 weeks? I've been
2?
sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single
hydrate.
person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just
After waiting for that
it's
button,
always been,
we
right?
gotta
Me
hydrate.
talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking?
I mean,
But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all.
it's
It
not the
isn't
same. I'm here, you
because
know?
I know you can't hear me once you push that button.
Yeah,
That's
so,
what I'm
like,
realizing now, Stanley.
I wouldn't be
realizing
listening.
That I needed to know that someone was listening.
We're all
I
listening.
needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore.
This poor
give it all
plant.
up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
Welcome.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year.
After a year?
Sit down in one place and not move for one entire year. Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
Only regret.
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days.
Whatever. Oh, he's gone. I skip again. What? When? Oh shit, we gotta change the batteries in that smoke detector. Hold on, there is a ladder in here. Give me just a second. Shit, do we even have batteries to change it? I'm not strong enough to lift the ladder.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
Oof.
It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the work.
Smoke alarm's completely dead. I like that it takes a while for the button to come back out, like it's sticking.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Oof. How long has it been? Oh my! Oh my, something oh no. Something finally fell down. Hey, that could have killed me. Had it landed on my head. The plant is gone. The plant is dead. There's a draft. Oh. Sunlight. How nice. Yeah, there's the plant. Oh, wow. The plant lives. The plant lives. It's gorgeous. Oh. It's dead once more. Ooh, that's unnerving. Oh, that's really, really unnerving. Ooh. Oh my. I don't like these ambient sounds. I don't like them. They're freaking me out a little bit. Oh. Oh, I don't like that. Whoa, the whole room is sideways. Button? Do you still work? Button? Oh my god. Everything is gone. Guys. Oh shit, the game ended. Wow. And I'm back! I'm back. I sure do hate Mondays. Totally didn't just absolutely fucking break everything.
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Take me back. I want to go back. New content. I like new content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to
Oh.
show you.
Yes, please do go on. Sorry about that. Cars and stuff. We're back here?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh my.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Whoa! We're getting the Stanley Parable 2?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh my god, I can't wait for the Stanley Parable 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Not 10. 2. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Garfield's fine. I like Garfield. Garfield's cool. Well, I wouldn't say cool. He's chill. I'd say Garfield is chill. He passes a vibe check. Photos. Off painting gd.tga. He's abnormal. Excellent. Just the two of us. We make it if we try. Just the two of us. Two of us. Woo. I love lyrics. They're back! 2 doors. More of the Stanley Parable. Better the Stanley Parable. Paradigm shift equals synergy. Brick mortar approach. Envelope the client-centric marketing. Color red. Leverage. Holistic value. Sequential mindshare. Win-win. That's 2. I remember this plant. You guys might not, but I do. All right.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
What if it was co-op? God. It does give off Pepsi rebrand vibes. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City. Divinity the Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of the Far, and Dark Souls 2. Okay, so some of these on this list are not good sequels, but you know. Chew! Sorry. Meeting at 2 p.m. Oh, we're right on time. Or at least a little late, actually. New features. No, I like Half-Life 2. Ooh, I keep sneezing. I'm so sorry.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Is that a bucket? I might have to go see the bucket. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Alright, I can't wait to hear Lemony. Or even Aurora.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I'm Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking
Me,
as
Jim.
falling in
I
love,
wake
and
up
being
as
heartbroken
Jim.
as Jim,
I
seizing
go to
all
sleep
the
as
world's
Jim.
possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
I'm Jim.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see, what a thrill, what a
You
rush.
know,
That was you.
I did
The
get a
button
little
described
bit,
you.
you know?
Do it again.
Jim.
I'm
It hits even
Jim.
harder
I
the
see,
second time.
I see.
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I'm Jim now. I'm Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much.
What are you talking about? I'm Jim.
In a way. Otherwise, soon you'll
No, 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 no.
full sense of who you actually are.
I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm distraught. I'm Jim. I'm Jim. I'm Jim now. Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
That'd be me. That'd be me. I'm Jim.
Feature.
I'm Jim. You were so prepared for it to say Stanley? No, it says Jim, because I'm Jim.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out.
Yeah,
later.
we'll come back to that, I think. Infinite Hole? Free new and easy achievement? Oh. Settings world champion, huh? Yo, there's merch. I need to go see the merch. It's the jump circle!
Stanley, I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to
Yeah.
hang on to that for the sequel.
Yeah. Please no screenshots. Okay, hold on, guys. I got it. Ooh, you couldn't hear. That's my bad. But you also can't see, which is important. But it's a good thing you couldn't hear. You know, I think I'll be good with those.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Okay, all
Happy
right.
12th birthday, step-niece it is.
Okay, all right.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
All right. I'll fix it now. Woo! Forgot how my stream worked for a second. Here we go. Free and easy achievement? Huh. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers. Hold on. Fuck. I want the achievement! Damn it. Would Bionicles even have AirPods or headphones?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh yeah. On Leicanui, they do. They do. It's magnetically clamped to the inside of your mask. So you just put them in, they clamp on, and then the diaphragm vibrates and you can hear it in your audio receptors. That's just how that works. I mean, my antennae aren't real. They're also magnetically clamped. So I don't usually wear headphones, but like I could if I took them off, you know? Don't tell anyone that they're fake. That's why I keep forgetting to draw them. Oh, right. I wanted to look at that merch. Yeah, no one else can hear it. It's still directed into your ears. Or what you guys call ears, you know? Shit. Yo, I kind of want the shirt that says this t-shirt is the best new feature. And the I saw the new content shirt. Yeah. Woo. Whoa, no screenshots. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, alright. I can go check this stuff out now. Yeah. Mean to chat. Yeah. Ooh, that's good. That's good. The hell is that? I could just take my glasses off. That's fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, hold on. You know, guys, that stuff was really interesting. But, you know, I couldn't let you guys see. You know, you know, I'm here to view stuff, you know? Collect them all? Collect what?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
Whoa.
And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Fuck. Oh my god. Wow. One of 6? How excellent.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, guys, what do you say we go look at the infinite hole? Sounds interesting. Ooh. Did I already go in the... Yeah, that's... Yeah. You guys can't see in there. That's not allowed. Hole, 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 hole. Wow. Just keeps going, huh? Yeah, it's hole time.
Stanley,
There it
it's
is!
that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
Infinite falling?
You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Yeah, Twitch might have a problem with this, but I don't have a problem with this. Fuck. So we'd fall forever, is what you're saying. Well, no time like the present.
You see, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, this is
One of my more
great.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top.
The teleport
and we can
button?
continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more.
Whoa, 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 hold on. I want to see more of this hole. This is probably the most interesting thing here.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
Yeah.
I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them.
I think I'm
How
good.
about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this
What
is
the
rather
fuck?
embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep.
What the
enough, in my
fuck?
opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
You're the problem!
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
This isn't even close to infinite. I can still see the top. Yeah, that too. Like, I'm Jim, and he keeps calling me Stanley. Like, it means something, you know? I'm Jim now. I hit the prostate. All right. Man, now that I know that it isn't bottomless, this isn't even novel anymore. Well, I fell in.
Heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you.
The problem is
too
you.
much. Not normal. A normal person.
I like holes, because holes are cool.
Right there goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
What the fuck, man?
I feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
No.
I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively
No,
thrilled.
it's...
I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
We need to... It's the hole.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Damn right I am.
If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit...
We're nothing without
where
the
it's no
hole.
longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here?
I don't know.
Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Oh, now he's interested in the
There
hole.
it is. The
What?
shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you?
I mean...
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay. Oh, bye, Louie. It's a good hole. Very nice hole.
Is the,
That's
teleport button
That's not
working?
good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
No.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more
He's
time
leaving
than
me.
you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Wow. What an ass. He just left. Now here I am with my cigarette butts and my mug. What the hell is that? What? Whoa! 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 It's moving! It's once again forming into that deep dish pussy. Oh shit. Look, it's Jim! Oh, yeah. What? Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stanley! Stanley!
Ah! Ah!
You're awake.
Oh.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
Yeah, I guess.
Drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. Because this
Ugh.
world is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the whole?
No,
From the looks of things,
get me out of here.
You and I will have many, many years.
No. Get me the hell out of here. Get me out of the hole.
Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
No. Hold on. No. Don't leave me here. Oh, it's happening again. It's happening again. Okay, alright.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Fuck. Alright, might as well go see the reassurance bucket. I'm allowed to be recording this, right?
Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Try the bucket? Bucket?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Cool.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That
They
really
might.
should be an award if it isn't already.
Anyway, I think we've seen everything. Let me see here. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen everything. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I enjoyed that expo. Good to me.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Someone left their briefcase here. That's a bomb hazard.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yeah. Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Sure.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Whew. That's
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of. Okay, never mind.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Yeah.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my own features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
The Stanley Parable 2.
Whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Take a look. Ooh. Okay. You know, that's pretty good, honestly. That's pretty good to me. I think that's pretty alright. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Feels good.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came.
We're all familiar.
Though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, that works.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
Surprised they didn't go for the red.
Say hi. Never in
the
all
new
the
office
years
look
at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Almost there.
No, I'm still not feeling
Oh.
it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
Okay.
I want to see
Okay.
commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Where's that one? Four 417. Ooh, it's somewhere. Yeah.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket. Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Okay.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere.
Perfect.
How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Okay. Okay.
Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit?
Okay.
All right, back to room 417.
Okay, here we go.
Now, I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. This is good.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
419. 419. 419. 419. It's 430s. Oh boy. 419. Woo.
Yes, this is great. Now
Yeah.
the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
416.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Ooh. How sensual.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it!
Woo!
Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today.
Of course.
Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Also, my name's Jim.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Wait, everything's about the bucket now.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps
Bucket,
it truly
bucket,
was.
bucket.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I do love the bucket. I love the bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Woo!
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
I've
The
only
bucket
been...
isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel.
Yeah,
content.
I've had the
Real
bucket
ones
for
of
5
Stanley.
minutes.
Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time.
I've spent 3 minutes with
A
it.
story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere.
Yes!
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yay!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back
Yeah.
then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I don't... But it's... I've hardly had any time with it. It's my bucket. Where'd the music go? Guys, you're scaring me. I want the music back. This is my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Ooh.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
No, it's mine. It's my bucket. It's my bucket. I'm not giving you my
Now
bucket.
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see,
It's
if you
my
were to really
bucket!
explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like
It's
the
my
original
bucket!
Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn
No!
bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it
I
for the
refuse!
Fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want.
It's
Hurry
my
up.
bucket.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
My selfishness got in the way. What a fool I was.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Well, you know, I don't need you. I can play this game without you. So ha! I don't need the bucket. I don't need the bucket. Nobody needs the bucket.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
No. I entered the door on my
This was
right.
not the correct way
Also,
to
my
do it,
name is
and Stanley knew
Jim.
it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ava, it's too late. I've already abandoned the bucket. I'm my own
The
person.
lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personal. But eager to get back to business,
I
Stanley
don't
first
need the
opened door
bucket.
on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I don't need the bucket because I know exactly where I'm going. Ah!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I guess I'll keep the bucket. That's my mistake. I should have brought the bucket along.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Ava's orders.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I should always bring the bucket. It's important I bring the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
A Stanley figurine!
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley.
I need to find all 6.
So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I will.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Bucket?
He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance.
Why isn't my bucket working?
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh my God.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Ah!
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Ah!
He exclaimed, without my bucket, I've gone truly mad.
I need my
Where is it?
bucket!
I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Oh,
Stanley!
I can hear it! I can hear the bucket!
The bucket!
I want it!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
I need my bucket! Where's my bucket?
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
Where's my bucket?
Suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony.
Ah!
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh God.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of
No
course
bucket.
he'd gone mad. ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game? It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
I did take it with me.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped all the way to work. My life kicks ass. Awesome. I tried to bring my bucket. I tried not to abandon it. It wasn't my bucket. I didn't know.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
I probably
Is that
should check.
possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now. Figurine Finders Committee in the meeting room today? Huh. I should never abandon my bucket. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Alright, I just gotta get to the
Stanley
meeting room.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, perfect. How to find them. Alright, so I found that one. Large room, lots of boxes. Some were both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Must be a point to this. There will be a reward for finding them all. I need to find them. Surely I can find them. It's a private but smelly place for an important person. I think I know where that is. No, not in here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Perhaps a bathroom? An executive bathroom. Oh, Stanley!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini Stanleys?
No.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines is good. I like that one.
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Woo! All right. Well, that was useless.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Bucket!
Now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it.
What's the
two of them were
password,
inseparable.
Bucket?
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Oh, yes.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh, yeah. A Stanley!
Back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. Stanley, what name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I like Stanley. We should keep calling him Stanley.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
Yippee, bucket!
It would be
I love the
Stanley
bucket.
could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
I love the bucket.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
I love the bucket.
Everything will be fine.
Bucket, 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 bucket! I love the bucket. It's my bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Nope.
read Mind Control Facility. Although this
I'm taking the bucket on an
was
adventure.
written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent
My
death.
bucket keeps me safe. I feel safe and secure with my bucket.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I'm protected. I have the power of bucket.
Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
You can't scare me, narrator. I have my bucket. This bucket is good. I love my bucket. I'm never ever letting go of this bucket. Even in this dark, scary hole. I don't even think it's dark and scary. Because I have my bucket. My bucket makes me confident and happy. And I am going down. Woo, yeah, baby. Got my bucket. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Bucket, bucket, bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion, and Stanley
bucket.
and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself.
You
He
can't
sort of
scare me,
kicked
narrator.
himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Bucket.
Farewell, Stanley.
The bucket's important. I have the bucket.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Who's that lady?
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh. Okay. You can't scare me like that. I got a bucket. I got bucket.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
My bucket's gone. I am upset. My bucket is gone. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a carnivorous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of the exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was
Bucket!
for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own?
It's my
Can
bucket!
you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley?
It's my.
would
I gotta
ever
get
be
up
in
there and
his
grab the
short
bucket.
life?
Bucket with 2 handles. I need that bucket. Bucket! I want this bucket. Wow. Ancient buckets.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
It's my bucket. Mine.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Oh, yeah?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity.
It's
to
my
another
bucket!
beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world. A new
This bucket will live on! It's my bucket. I can't abandon the bucket. It's my bucket. I feel alone without my bucket. I need my bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
I like my bucket. I like my bucket. It's my bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
It's
chest.
my
This
bucket.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
Oh,
best.
hell yeah. I love the employee lounge. Good idea,
And
bucket.
there it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Oh, yeah.
Was this better than the meeting room? Yes.
Yeah,
Stanley
it's
thought to
great.
himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Thank you, bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Oh,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I don't trust you, bucket. That doesn't sound like a good choice. I'm gonna go here. Is that a Stanley? Whoa!
You're getting close now, Stanley.
That's
You've
5 out of
used up
6.
All of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll
Figler and
then
Marines?
the
Come
first number
on.
will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then.
Oh, yeah.
Different in the sense that we used to have.
Oh, yes!
And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I really want to go down there. So this was the place with lots of boxes. What's in here? Ah! Oh. Oh. Oh my.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I
That's what
pick
I
it up.
feel.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
Oh, fuck.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Ah! Hold on now.
All of his
No way is that place
What
there
could it mean?
if I don't take
Stanley
the
decided to
bucket.
go to the meeting
Fuck
room.
you,
Perhaps he
bucket.
had simply
Bye,
missed the
bucket.
memo.
I don't need the bucket. I can do things on my own.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Bucket, bucket, bucket. I don't need the bucket, even though it's stuck in my head forever.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Bucket, 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 bucket. I don't need that bucket. Okay, it
Stanley
is
had
still
now
here.
gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off
Roll.
the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten.
Ooh.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recorder.
That'd be
It
ridiculous.
was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal
No,
and
it's not
intricate
that.
storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
Yeah.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your
Oh, fuck
fault.
off. Oh no, I'm sad now.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
Oh, hell yeah.
It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
There we go. Just me and my bucket.
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky
Yes.
narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone.
Yes.
Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Who are you,
The
bucket?
bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as
Oh my
payback
God.
for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid!
You are a bucket!
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true
Oh my
form,
God.
transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
What? Huh? Huh?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game. And
Yes.
we'll agree to never again go trifling
Of
with this
course.
bucket, nor
Of
the dark
course.
magic cast away inside of it.
No more bucket.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Oh. I know you're evil. I know you. I know you take me over. Like you think you own me. So why do I still want him so badly? I can't take the bucket. I should take the bucket. bucket is dear to me. Or is that just the bucket fucking with my head? I take the bucket.
Good old bucket.
The good old bucket.
The bucket. Off on a thrilling adventure together.
It's taken me. I can't escape. I can't escape the curse.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was
It's
wrong.
my bucket.
Stanley took the door on his leg.
It's my bucket. It's my bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
It's my
Ride the
bucket.
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
It's my
Sort of alarming,
bucket.
of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yes, bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone,
I-
and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I don't want to.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
I don't want to
Were
go
you
back.
trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking.
What are you talking
Obviously,
about?
The bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get
I've
the
heard
joke?
this
It's
bucket
funny, Stanley.
speak.
A talking bucket.
It was talking.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait,
You know,
where's
I
the-
guess we could.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Probably.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Huh?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke,
Hold
start
on.
by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming.
All right.
I'm
Okay.
Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm Dunny with the funny.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter
Wow.
and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point You gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
That took 15 left turns.
This video is a little outdated, isn't it?
Yeah.
No matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
I suppose we
Come
could,
on,
yeah.
Let's head back.
Up to you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I expected you to reset the game, but, you know.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. Oh, sir, what a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
No.
Bucket spoke.
Oh,
I'll figure it out on the fly.
Yeah.
Think things.
Of course. Sorry. Distracted. Yeah, we just gotta start from the 2 doors. Just start from the 2 doors and then everything will be fine.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What?
Oh!
We're back at the front.
Wait a second.
No, what's going on?
It's not even plugged in yet.
Several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. Now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the
No, that's not how it goes.
Egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
He didn't say I'm done with the funny.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
Right, leading back to the phone.
Right.
Did you not even look at the instructions?
No, I just forgot. I forgot.
Covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work.
No. Wait.
Down and over. It's
You
all
just...
your fault, Stanley.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings.
Oh, sure.
All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
He just keeps going like that.
Stanley,
Wait, whoa.
It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame?
No.
Pale with shame?
No, it's...
Pale... What's another word to describe?
I'm incorporeal right now. I'm not in my body. I can't react to what you're saying, but I'm...
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Sorry, Leroy?
See.
Who's Leroy? Am I Leroy? I'm Leroy. I'm not Jim,
All
I'm
of his
Leroy.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket.
There's the comedic timing.
Smile.
Anywhere they went together would be perfectly... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know, I'm just missing one. Somewhere both red and blue. I'll need to go there soon.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
Yeah.
It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
You don't deserve my
I
bucket.
really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
Yeah,
That's
whatever.
what a broom closet
It's
is
my
trying to say
bucket.
here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Stanley, don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
It's mine.
This is your companion.
Yes.
And lifelong friend.
Correct.
You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
Y'all are rude.
Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting
Excuse
friends.
me?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient.
What?
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner.
What?
Never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into
You
it.
fucking
Really tear
assholes.
The broom closet off for its demeaning
This is my
Expand
bucket.
on the wide variety of experiences.
It's
in the
mine.
bucket of shit.
We've been together for
And
forever.
point by point.
It's
Share
mine.
journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
We are
Let
together.
him have it.
You could say we're in love. The bucket and I are together, and you can't have my bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Lay it on me. Yeah!
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take
It says
our
property of
hypothetical
Stanley
closet
on
with
it
all your
now.
meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
It's my bucket. It says property of Stanley on it. Y'all can't see
All
very
right,
well.
I've got a
but it's
second sticker
mine.
back here, and I'm going to
Oh,
snap it on
shit.
as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Excellent. It's my bucket. With a sticker. It's mine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds.
You
of
banned the
confusion and
bucket?
chaos.
Do I have to
It would
restart
be
the
well,
run?
Always. The bucket would. And he knew it.
Alright, I gotta begin the game again. No bucket for me. No bucket.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
Shit.
He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, it's pretty brightly lit. It's pretty bright. Yeah, it's almost too bright. No, not for another 5 minutes. I'll go to 6 minutes for the the no bucket.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I think I can
Perhaps
find a Stanley
employee lounge
this
first,
way.
just to admire it. And here it was.
I think I know where the red and the blue is.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I will find the last Stanley.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Yeah.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really?
Yeah, really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
And there it is. The last Stiggly
Don't
Wiggly.
call it a Stiggly Wiggly.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
I fucking
Where
did it.
so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Damn right.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Of course.
So, instead I'll just say...
It's done. We're all done here.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for Figaro.
Correct. Yeah, baby.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I don't think I will.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
No, maybe
Stanley
you
walked
misunderstood.
through the red door.
Blue for me,
I
thanks.
don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Fuck off. I'm going through the blue door.
Fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah, I went in the blue door.
You see? There's nothing here.
Oh.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Shit.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Yeah.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Maybe.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so
Luck.
far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
It's a little shoddy, but sure.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'd say it's about a 3.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really?
Yeah?
Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual...
Oh, fuck off. It's more positive than a 2.
Thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes?
Fuck off.
Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Good.
And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Good.
Let's take a look.
God damn it. This is a worse change. This is worse. This is worse. I'll even go through this door. I was way worse.
Would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
No, it didn't.
Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4
That's
hours
the time
to
of an
play
average
to make sure it's
stream.
effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I think the button could use a new sound, I think. Yeah, I think that sounds a bit harsh. And the baby crying, it's really getting in my ears, you know? I really feel like this is... It's a bit much. It's not enjoyable. It's definitely not enjoyable. It's... Baby game stream win? Oh god. Could you imagine me doing this for 4 hours? I really... It's just harsh. This is all harsh. Wanna know what else is harsh?
You heartless...
Oh, fuck off. I tried
You
it.
do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I tried it,
It's the latter.
and
I
it
know
was
what to do. I'm
bad.
completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
Good. We can play something else. We can stream something else.
Your input was extremely valuable.
Yeah, I'm sure it
Okay,
was.
since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the
Sure.
pain.
Why not?
What do we have here?
Yeah, look through my library.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Woo!
Fascinating. What do you think?
Firewatch.
This game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Ooh.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creep.
This is good.
Spying on innocent
No,
civilians
that's not what the game's about.
in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
No.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
You just like this is a great game. The ending's a bit meh, but I still really enjoyed it. This is a good game, and he's not a perv. He's just a guy working out here.
No, it can't be.
Yeah.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What?
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Frosty, a second button pops up?
That
When?
That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens.
No. This is the fun part. This is the fun bit.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
No.
Let's find
Let me go
another
out there.
game.
I want to see
Preferably
it.
Something with walls. Something with nice, big,
No.
insurmountable...
No. I want to play this game.
I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, these guys sold out to EA. Don't you
This is
know?
exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility
Or not
that
EA.
you would get lost here.
Epic.
Now this
They sold out
is
to Epic.
game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
It used to be fun.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
We're supposed to have cars.
Obviously, there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Kinda.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
You're gonna lurk? Hi and welcome. Have fun lurking. Who should we go? Orange,
Are
blue?
you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
No!
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yes?
Stanley, I have a thought.
Ooh, I'm
and I
fast.
realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes.
No.
Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
No, 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 no. This isn't how this works. Oh, that one's just gonna go in. By nature of just going in.
Enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
No!
Is this a real video game?
I'm not.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's... Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that.
I don't know. Oh, fuck. I fell into the goal, okay? I didn't do that on purpose. Ah. This seems familiar. This is where I'm employee number 427. For sure. Ah, the good old days. Yeah. You know what? Let's try this direction. The meeting room's closed. What kind of game is this? The meeting room's closed. Meeting room is important. 423, 424, 425, 426, and me. 427. Back to pressing buttons. Just where I have to be. You know what?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
But the end is never the end. Ah, back in the office.
Stanley, I'm sorry.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
On things. It's just...
It's those figurines. Those figures.
What?
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
It was nice.
Fill you to the brim with inner richness?
I guess.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memories?
The memories.
I would love nothing.
Okay.
Just one more time.
Back to the memory zone. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Perfect. It's nice, I think. Ooh. A lower section. What a nice change.
Here's where it all began.
Yeah, this is where I found the first one.
Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd
Yeah.
find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know?
How could we know?
We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? You don't think I could take this, do you? 7? 7? What?
And here was a second Stanley.
Woo!
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It's definitely the bathroom. It's definitely the bathroom.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
Correct.
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Really? That's ridiculous. Hold on. Ooh. Stretching just a bit. Sorry.
Let's see. What came next?
Oh,
I
yeah.
found a Figley in this pink room.
Yeah, I remember this
I
pink
can't
room.
actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yeah. Of course, I love the pink room. The pink room's great. It's got apple. I love apple. Apple's good. Except the company. I mean the fruit. The fruit is good. This was a great room. I remember this.
This was the 5th
Oh,
one.
yeah.
This one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Ooh.
Enjoy.
I will. Yeah! What's that back there? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's called a Stanley. And then I grabbed it. I remember. Yeah! It was a great video.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything.
It was
else.
good. It was a good video. It was a really good video. Quite collectible, that video. And then this one, yeah, of
Came to the
course.
last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors.
I remember this.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Of course.
Perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Yeah.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
And we'll go this way. Well, we did it. I am now in the present.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh. Well, that was fast.
No,
Okay. All right.
Stop the loading screen.
Okay.
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards.
Sure. Yeah.
See how that feels.
Yeah, maybe it'll be kind of interesting.
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue
doors.
Good. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Of course.
Let's keep going. I want more.
Yeah.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. I remember it clearly. Nice.
Yes.
This is a good video. It's a good video. For sure. And then the pink room, right?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one.
Yeah.
Good room, though. A solid room.
I'm starting to remember that I don't quite remember this room. You know? Huh. And then, yeah, the bathroom.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
Next one. Yeah, this was an easy one.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember?
Yeah.
Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
Yeah.
Keep going.
Truth. And of course this one. This was the first one we found. It was awesome.
Where I introduced you to the figurine.
Yeah.
Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Well, yeah. Yeah, we were here. Things were good. You know? Ooh, you know what?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond.
Yeah, the jump circle's fun.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
More memories. Still don't remember that pink room.
The two doors. Who could have forgotten
Of course.
that? Classic memory, this one.
Ugh. Oh, in my
And
office.
before everything else, there was your
Yeah. Good old office. Wish
Is there anything else?
Wish I,
Was there something
you
that
know.
came before your office? There's something I feel I can.
There was the
remember.
title screen.
I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something.
What are you
now.
remembering?
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then, I was
You're
different.
different?
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
Huh.
He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be.
Yeah.
Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore.
Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You know what? I'll be right back. This is... Woof. I need to get more water. Sorry about that. I have returned. This room is starkly different from the ones we have been in.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah, the employee lounge. Always good. Love the employee lounge.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring a
I'm
bucket?
sorry, I want to bring a
What
bucket.
if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
I know what's a
I
bucket.
suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
I can tell you what's a
If
bucket.
that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest
The entire rest of the game, just if I don't know what a bucket is?
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh! Oh my. Is this a bucket?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Of course.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Of course.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Yes.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question.
Both.
Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one.
Oh, shit.
Let's see, it should be around here somewhere.
Let me look around. No. It's not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Correct.
Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Everything's a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets.
No, 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 no. I love my bucket. Please don't take my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone?
You erased all the buckets.
Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Fresh install.
And you'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
It's always been a
Who knows
bucket.
why
Everyone
they're
knows it's all a
that
bucket.
Person. All right, here we go.
You guys knew it was all a bucket, right? Everything's a bucket. That's like the rule. Oh, man. Why did it ask me for the time? If none of the clocks are going to be wrong.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
I love the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Alright,
chest.
alright. Yeah.
The bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It's a nice room. Like, it is. It's nice, but...
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Alright, let's finally see what this bucket had in
Now
store.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Of course.
Now pick up the phone.
Okay.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone.
I picked up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Yeah.
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Whoa. All the clocks are still wrong. Hey, bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
G-U-T.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
G-U-T-U-K.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more,
Just me in the bucket, watching TV.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Of course.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Bucket!
Some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket. Oh no, I'm having feelings. The bucket. No.
You and I,
What's
bucket.
going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
Fuck off!
Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need
Fuck
it.
off!
Give it to me now.
It's
Give it
mine!
all.
Okay. It's my bucket. Oh. Okay. I don't like that.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no
Reboot the game entirely?
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Hold on. Give me a second. I have to follow its instructions. It's what the game's about, isn't it? Come on, come back. There we go. Please enter the current... Fuck. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. No problem. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. Just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. Good. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game, see the screen, I'll set the clock. Just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. I kind of want to set it's my favorite time. Hold on. Launch it again. Why not? We're getting into the hyper meta now. I like 1. That's when I start streaming. 1 p.m., your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? No, this time it was my favorite time. After all, I know much how you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 1 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 1 p.m.? It's not. It is inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. Wish we had more sliders. We've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple of new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Might as well go again. Oh yeah. Until the dog and the cat are friends? Yeah, about there, I'd say. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. That's the number 9. Occuboinkle or Scrumtush. Probably Occuboinkle. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What time? What is time anyway? It's not a yes or no question. It's nothing. It's a construct. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Yes, I'll help. Will you come back to visit me? Yes, I will. I will.
This is the story.
Yeah. I'm Stanley. We're at work. We hate Mondays. Going through.
All of his co-workers were gone.
All my co-workers have mysteriously
Stanley decided
vanished.
to go to the meeting
Bye,
room.
Bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You know what? Maybe I do want the bucket. Yeah, I'll take the
Everyone is
bucket.
so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Dang.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I've done this one before. I've done so many. Begin the game again. I will not take the bucket. I will not take the bucket. I will not take the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to
I
the
will
meeting.
not take
Perhaps
the
he simply
bucket.
missed a memo.
I will not take the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute?
Yeah, I'll hold.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes.
Where are we
I've
going?
Got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
See. Good. Oh, I've been here before. No.
No, this isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Yeah.
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Just give it the old reset.
Suppose we don't wander so far off track.
I'll try.
From the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Whoa, where's the bucket?
Perhaps he'd simply missed a memo.
Where's my bucket? The bucket is gone.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over. Completely fresh. Everything should be...
You broke something!
Change. Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room?
I did turn off a computer. This might be my fault.
I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an...
I fucking guess.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Yeah. Little back roomsy in here. Just a little. Very back roomsy. Ooh. Kind of getting to me a little bit.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
I mean, you could.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
I mean, okay. I guess I don't get a say. And I don't know where my bucket is.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
where's the bucket?
Missed a memo.
What'd you do with my bucket? I'm actually quite upset that the bucket is gone. What have you done? What have you done, you mongrel? Okay, all right.
I'm remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came.
That doesn't make any
Why
sense.
don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. There's nothing here. Not even the bucket is here. I need the bucket, but it's not here.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way.
All right. Okay, now we're in an unfinished section.
Now this Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
No.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
Yes. Yes, it did.
Do you remember,
I
Stanley?
do.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Fantastic.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this
It
at
doesn't
all.
feel satisfying when you just
didn't put in any actual work for that win.
spring the win
Some
on me.
people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place
Yeah,
is.
it's pretty
I
gross.
don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Yes, please.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I can do that. I'd like my bucket.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
I don't know.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
All right, hold on.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Yeah.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Yeah.
You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah. There we go. Wait. Whoop! Ah! Ah! No. Whoa. Now I'm lost. No, I'm completely lost. What the hell?
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
I will
Make
capture
sure
it
you study
within
it
my
closely
memory.
and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, and just measure this out. It looks like it is. I don't have a tape measure. These are American Standard, right? 8.5 by 11. 11. 22, 23. Yeah, about 24-ish, maybe 25. 25 then. Length. 25 by 50. Okay. With a depth of about 22. And the fern. Okay. All right. I think I can remember that.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
Yeah, your line is silly.
No, line. You do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable,
Yeah,
right? The story?
I think it's
Is
this way.
any of this ringing a bell?
I think the Stanley Parable is this way.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
Perhaps. We'll find the line eventually. Or we'll find the Stanley Parable eventually. I mean, we've been at it for so long. Oh, god damn it.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore, to hell.
Just restart it again. Oh. I missed my bucket. Where's my bucket?
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Yeah.
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
I don't know.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh, sure, yeah. This seems interesting.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be. What do you want our story to be?
Something fun.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Something with dinosaurs.
Oh. Again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in an awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
This dang line. Jeez. Alright, we finally made it to a new room.
Ah, a choice.
Yes!
To make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
I love
How
this.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
Of course.
In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Me too.
Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
God damn it.
What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
8?
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall.
Wall.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped.
No.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
I mean, we're not part of it again. Like you've ruined it. You basically broke it.
How do we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
The narrator
So
forgets
I
about
think
previous
that's where we
restarts.
are
Stanley
right
attempts
now.
to play the story but
For
is
now,
prevented.
anyway.
Unable to go anywhere or do anything,
Well,
the
in
game
the
restarts on its
meantime,
own.
if you... All of his co-workers were gone.
Yeah.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
We're still in a false start.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his
No, we aren't.
co-workers really all be gone?
That's how it's always been, right? I missed my bucket. Oh, I missed my bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, you know what?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I've done too many things with the bucket. Need to begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not a chance.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, calm down.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
I don't know, you tell me.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real
Damn
person.
straight. I'm Jim.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, is it 4:30?
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
All right.
What? Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
What have you done?
Don't worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
All right, we're heading back. We're backtracking. Love a good backtrack.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley.
Okay, I'm Stanley.
Choosing responsibly.
I'm Stanley.
Putting the story first.
I'm Stanley.
I'm quite sure you're
not Jim.
Task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
I'm Stanley.
Right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm Stanley. I go through the door to my left. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Well, that's not right.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115. Nightshark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
Sorry, is there a problem?
It's not working.
You didn't mishear me, did you?
No, I heard
Please
you.
Speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story.
It's not
This
working.
is a crucial step.
It's not working. It's not my fault.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do.
Look.
I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever
I could have.
you wanted.
I could have.
Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me.
I'm
Explain
trying.
yourself, you
Look.
coward. You behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
My door? To the left, right? To the left? I went to the left. Everything's fine. Everything's working.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Whoa.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What about to the right? What happens if I do this, huh?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
Oh.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps
Whoa,
we're
whoa,
not too
whoa,
late.
whoa, whoa. Okay. Oh.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't
Is
believe
okay.
You talked about that. My story. You've destroyed my work.
Look.
Why? For what? What did you get out of that?
I don't know.
What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do?
I don't know. I don't know.
What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh my. Oh. Oh my.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here.
Look at what you've
This
done.
pile of rubbish. With you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
It's not my
Did you think it
fault.
would be funny? You just had to see.
I guess.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like
I
Stanley?
was trying to be like Stanley, and things still didn't work
He
out.
understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good
I'm
reason for it.
sorry.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story.
I'm sorry.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have
I-
seen there was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Everyone, thank you so much for watching. This has been so much fun. I love the Stanley Parable. It's so much fun. It's always so much fun, especially to revisit after such a long time. I know there's a few things that I didn't get to. I'm just out of time. But I had a blast. It was so much fun to just revisit this. Even Ultra Deluxe, like I've played it before, but this was still a fun experience for me, especially doing it on stream for all of you. Everyone, thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. Don't forget to support me at ko-fi.com/Lemony Lepid. Don't forget to follow. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out my Tumblr. I post constantly. I'm working on fan fiction, art, all that stuff. So everyone, thank you so much for watching, and have a wonderful day. Bye.
Towards our host, spirits of fire, the Tarmatoran has fled from the Moron.
Do not worry, Tarantula. I will see